Hello everyone, and welcome back to Horror Stories. Tonight, we're trying something a little different. We're starting with 7 scary Ouija board stories that will last about 77 minutes. Then, for those of you who use these videos to sleep, we'll transition into 5 hours of soothing rain sounds. Our aim is to ease you into a better sleep experience. Before you drift off into the world of darkness, why not share your unlucky number and the spooky story behind it in the comments? Is it 13, or does 666 give you the chills? We'd love to hear what number haunts you and why. If you're enjoying our nightly journeys into the realm of darkness and horrors, don't forget to like and subscribe. It helps our haunted community grow and ensures you never miss a spine-tingling episode. Now let's get comfy and relaxed as we begin tonight's tales. Grab your headphones for the best immersive experience. If you're using this to sleep, sweet dreams. And if you have an Ouija board nearby, maybe keep it closed, just in case. Stay tuned and sleep tight. You never know what numbers might appear in your dreams tonight. And remember, after our Ouija board stories, you'll drift off to the gentle sound of rain. If only we knew then what we know now, maybe Eli would still be with us. Maybe the whispers wouldn't be echoing in my mind, growing louder each night. It all started with a stupid game, a forgotten pact, and a spirit named Elias. We had chosen the old, abandoned house near the edge of town for our reunion, partly out of nostalgia and partly for the thrill. The 6 of us, me, Eli, Claire, and our other friends, had grown up in this neighborhood, spending our childhood exploring every nook and cranny of places like this. As the sun set and shadows crept into every corner, we laughed and reminisced, cracked open beers, and generally forgot about the world's troubles for a while. The house, with its boarded-up windows and sagging, creaky floors, felt like a relic of our past. Dust motes danced in the beams of our flashlights as we roamed through the rooms, joking about ghosts and old legends. The place smelled of decay and forgotten memories, but it was perfect for our impromptu celebration. It was Claire who found it, an old, dusty Ouija board hidden beneath a pile of junk in the attic. She brandished it with a gleam in her eye, her trademark mischievous smile barely visible in the dim light. "Hey, how about a little game?" she suggested, and despite the initial skepticism, the idea was too enticing to resist. "Well, why not? It might be fun," I said, trying to mask my apprehension. We all gathered in the living room, sitting cross-legged around the board, our fingertips lightly touching the planchette. The atmosphere shifted from jovial to tense as Claire started with the usual, "Is anyone there?" At first, nothing happened. We exchanged relieved glances and nervous giggles. But then, the planchette began to move and the room grew colder. We watched in a mix of awe and terror as the board spelled out, "Elias." Laughter turned to uneasy silence. I looked at Eli, who seemed slightly paler. "Who's Elias?" someone whispered, but no one had an answer. We asked more questions, each more unsettling than the last, the planchette moving quicker as it spelled out cryptic messages warning us, "Leave, and you are not safe." Eli, who had been the life of the party moments before, now looked like he was about to break. He stood up abruptly, mumbling about needing air, and left the room. The rest of us exchanged worried glances but continued with the session, half out of fear and half out of curiosity. That night, as we finally called it quits and headed home, the unease clung to us like a shadow. In my room, I couldn't shake the chill that had settled in my bones. I drifted into an uneasy sleep, and that's when the nightmares began. I found myself in a corridor, dimly lit and seemingly endless. Elias was there, a shadowy figure barely visible at the far end. Eli was next to me, his face contorted in silent screams. I tried to run, to help, but my feet were glued to the floor. The corridor seemed to stretch on forever, the darkness pressing in from all sides. I woke up in a cold sweat, the echoes of Eli's silent screams still ringing in my ears. My phone buzzed with messages from the others. They had the same dream. It wasn't just a prank or our imagination. Something had followed us home. As the days went by, the nightmares grew worse, and strange things began to happen. At first, it was barely noticeable. Whispers in the night, cold drafts where there shouldn't be any. Then, objects began to move on their own, and we all felt the constant, unnerving sensation of being watched. Eli was the most affected. He grew increasingly paranoid, his cheerful demeanor replaced by a haunted look. "I hear them all the time," he told me one evening, his eyes wide with fear. "The voices, they won't stop. They keep chanting Elias's name, telling me things, terrible things." I tried to console him, but what could I say? We were all experiencing it, yet I had no answers. We had unwittingly summoned something dark, and it wasn't going to leave us alone. In the days that followed Eli's revelation about the voices, the eerie occurrences at each of our homes intensified. Items would disappear, only to reappear in odd places. I heard whispers every night, words I couldn't fully comprehend but felt deep in my bones. Little by little, sleep became a luxury none of us could afford. One night, I was jolted awake by the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. My heart pounded as I scanned the room, the hairs on my neck standing on end. There, at the foot of my bed, stood a figure, a vague, shadowy shape that dissolved the moment I blinked. My breath came in ragged gasps as I turned on every light I could, trying to banish the darkness that seemed to be closing in. This was no longer a matter of our imagination. Something malevolent had crossed over, and it was only getting stronger. The following evening, I received a frantic call from Claire. "Jordan, you need to come over." "Now," she said, her voice shaking. When I arrived at Claire's place, she ushered me in, pointing to a mirror in her hallway. Scrawled across the glass in what looked like blood were the words, "Help me." Claire looked at me, her green eyes wide with fear. "I don't know what to do," she whispered, tears welling up. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. Another message from Eli. "Can't take it much longer. They're everywhere." I rushed to Eli's house, finding him huddled in a corner, his eyes darting around the room as if expecting something to leap out at him any moment. He was clutching a piece of paper, the same one I noticed was missing during our visit. It had the same haunting words, "I made a pact. I remember now." The realization hit me. I needed to understand what we had done that night. Desperation pushed me back to the old, abandoned house. I knew the others wouldn't come, and honestly, I didn't want to drag them further into this. I found the Ouija board exactly where we had left it. Sitting alone in the dimly lit room, I hesitated but placed my fingers on the planchette. "Elias," I called out, my voice trembling. "What do you want from us?" The planchette moved with a force I hadn't felt before, spelling out, "Your souls." My heart sank. I pressed on, needing to know more. "Why Eli? Why him first?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The board spelled out, "His pact." I remembered the cryptic messages, Eli's grim realization. It was clear now, Eli had made some kind of deal, but the rest of us were bound by it too. "Can we stop this?" I asked desperately, my voice breaking. The planchette moved slowly, spelling out, "No." I felt a chill grip my spine, the terror almost paralyzing. The final question slipped from my lips involuntarily. "What happens to the rest of us?" "Waiting," the board spelled out. A suffocating dread settled in. Elias was waiting, and it was just a matter of time before he came for us. As I left the house, the whispers started again, louder than before. They filled my mind, echoing Eli's silent screams and the chilling laughter of Elias. I knew the entity wouldn't stop until it claimed every one of us. Driving back, I knew I had to warn the others, yet a part of me wondered if it was already too late. That night, the whispers grew relentless, making sleep impossible. Our foolish game had unleashed something dark, something that fed on our fear, and it wasn't going to let us go. Eli's breakdown marked the beginning of the end. He was found in his room, unresponsive, clutching the cursed note, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. We called an ambulance, but deep down, we knew he was beyond help. The hospital could offer no explanations, only confirming that he was in a catatonic state. Desperation took hold of me. We needed answers, and Elias was the only lead we had. I gathered the others and convinced them to go back to the abandoned house one last time, hoping to find some way to break the curse that hung over us. Back in the house, the air felt heavier, almost suffocating. We sat around the Ouija board, our apprehension palpable. Placing our trembling fingers on the planchette, I spoke. "Elias, we're here. What do you want?" The planchette moved smoothly, as if it had been waiting, the board spelling out, "Suffer. Why are you doing this to us?" Claire's voice cracked with fear. The board responded, "You reached out." I struggled to keep my composure. Can we end this? Please tell us how. The planchette didn't move for a long moment. Then slowly, blood. We exchanged horrified glances. Did it mean a blood sacrifice? The thought was too horrifying to contemplate. Before we could ask any more questions, a cold, sinister laugh echoed through the house, making our blood run cold. Jordan felt a surge of adrenaline. Elias, why Eli? What's his pact with you? His voice was stern, demanding an answer he wasn't sure he wanted. Easy target, the board spelled out. Before we could process what that meant, we heard a door creak upstairs, followed by footsteps. We froze, the temperature in the room plummeting. A shadow appeared at the top of the stairs, and we knew it was Elias. The figure slowly descended, its features obscured by darkness, but the malevolent presence was unmistakable. Fear pushed us out of the room, our survival instincts kicking in as we sprinted towards the exit. As soon as we reached the front door, it slammed shut on its own, locking us in. Panic set in. We needed a new plan, fast. Back to the attic, I yelled, leading the group. We rushed up the creaky stairs, Claire right behind me, her breathing ragged with terror. The footsteps behind us grew louder, closer. We barely made it into the attic, slamming the door behind us and barricading it with whatever we could find. Light it up, someone shouted, and we frantically started a fire with old, dry objects littering the attic. The flames roared, casting eerie shadows on the walls. We hoped, prayed, that fire might disrupt the entity, or at least buy us some time. The attic grew hotter, the smoke thicker, but the sense of dread never left. Below us, the footsteps stopped, and we heard the sinister laugh again, louder this time, almost taunting. Elias was toying with us, knowing we had nowhere to run. Just as we started losing hope, I remembered something. The initial message, his pact. Realization dawned. Eli's soul was the key. If we could sever the connection, maybe we could save ourselves. Summoning all my courage, I reached for the board amid the flames, ignoring the heat. Elias, release Eli. Take me instead. I screamed, offering myself as a last, desperate gamble. The planchette moved one final time, slowly spelling out, coming. A chilling breeze swept through the attic, extinguishing the flames instantly. We were plunged into darkness. I braced myself, awaiting whatever fate Elias had planned. But instead of immediate doom, an eerie silence filled the space. The whispers stopped, the malevolent presence dissipated, leaving us in stunned silence. We could almost feel Elias retreating, for now. The others and I stumbled out of the attic, coughing from the smoke, but grateful to be alive. We knew better than to believe we were truly safe, but for the first time in weeks, the oppressive weight lifted. Eli remained in the hospital, unresponsive, but something had changed. The relentless whispers were gone, and for now, the supernatural assaults had ceased. We never did find out exactly what Elias wanted, or why he chose us. But as I lay in bed that night, exhausted and haunted by the events that had unfolded, I realized something chillingly clear. Elias wasn't done. He was merely waiting, biding his time. Whatever pact we had unwittingly entered into was far from over. I hear the whispers still, soft at first, growing louder each night. Elias is waiting. If you've made it this far, the shadows have already begun to close in. Subscribe now to ensure you never miss a terrifying tale. And if you dare, hit the thanks button to buy me a cup of midnight brew. Your support keeps the nightmares flowing. Now, brace yourself for our next story.
Tad the Forgotten Pact, Part 1. The phone shattered the silence of the night, jolting me awake. Groggy and disoriented, I fumbled for the receiver, glancing at the clock, 3:33 a.m. Bad news rarely comes at this hour. "Hello," I croaked, my voice thick with sleep. A distant sob came through the line, followed by a voice that instantly sent a chill down my spine. "Faith, it's Jack. Carly, she's dead. Before she died, she whispered a name, Gideon." My heart stopped, memories flooding back. Gideon, the name from a long-forgotten high school night of terror. Rain pattered against the windows of the small-town diner, the gray clouds outside reflecting my somber mood. Jack and I sat opposite each other in the cramped booth, our untouched coffees cooling between us. "So you really think it's connected?" I asked, my fingers nervously tracing the rim of my cup. Jack nodded solemnly. "First Mike, then Laura, now Carly. They were all there that night with us. and they all whispered Gideon before they died. We made a pact, Faith. We forgot, but he didn't. I closed my eyes, the memories of that night resurfacing. What had started as an innocent game quickly turned into something far more sinister. We were just teenagers, too blinded by the thrill to understand the consequences. But Gideon had made his demands clear, and we had promised. "We need to figure this out," I murmured, opening my eyes to meet Jack's. "Before it's our turn." Back in my apartment, the familiar surroundings suddenly felt oppressive. Shadows seemed longer, the emptiness heavier. Alone, I decided to retrieve the old Ouija board. Maybe there were answers hidden in the game we had sealed away years ago. The planchette moved on its own, spelling out a single word: remember. A chill ran down my spine. "Remember what?" I whispered aloud, heart pounding in my chest. The board replied with a series of words that made my breath catch. "You owe me." The whispers began, barely audible but unmistakable. Shadows danced across the walls, coalescing into unnerving shapes. Just then, a loud noise broke the spell. My front door creaked open. I spun around to see Jack standing there, pale and haggard. "We have to go back to where it all started," he said, his voice trembling. "Only then can we remember what we truly owe Gideon." We drove in silence, the ominous weight of past actions looming over us. The small town around us seemed shrouded in a dark, almost tangible mist. The high school looked unchanged, as if it had been frozen in time since that night. Rain poured as we pulled up to the rundown shack at the edge of town, our meeting place back then. The decrepit building seemed even more foreboding, its walls sagging under the weight of forgotten secrets. Inside, the air was thick with dust and decay. We found the old Ouija board exactly where we had left it, hidden under a loose floorboard. "We need to contact him again," Jack said, his voice filled with dread. "We need to make him understand that we didn't mean to betray him." As we placed our hands on the planchette, the air grew cold, and the lights began to flicker. The planchette moved, spelling out, "You will pay." My hands trembled as memories of that night flashed through my mind. The whispers grew louder, filling the room with their insidious presence. Jack's eyes widened in terror as he read the board. We have to find a way to stop him. But deep down, I knew Gideon wasn't interested in forgiveness. He wanted something far more terrifying, a debt owed and blood to be spilled. The Forgotten Pact, Part 2. The shadows lengthened in my apartment, twisted shapes forming grotesque figures on the walls. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes, the atmosphere thick with darkness. Alone, I tentatively approached the old Ouija board, desperate for answers yet terrified of what I might find. The planchette moved with eerie purpose, spelling out a single word: welcome. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. "What do you want?" I whispered, though I already knew the answer. The board spelled out, "Your soul." The lights flickered and the air grew frigid. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling the room with their sinister cacophony. Shadows danced wildly around me, a chaotic ballet of darkness and dread. My phone buzzed, yanking me back to reality. It was Jack. "We found something," he said, urgency in his voice. "Meet me at Carly's house." Outside Carly's abandoned house, the wind howled through the trees, adding to the foreboding atmosphere. Jack stood on the porch, flashlight in hand, looking just as shaken as I felt. "We found her diary," Jack said, leading me inside. The house was a time capsule, untouched since Carly's disappearance. In her room, we pried open an old chest, revealing a dusty leather-bound diary. As we began reading, a sense of conspiratorial dread settled over us. "He planned this," Jack said quietly, pointing to a passage. "One of our friends tried to trap Gideon, to harness his power. That's why he's angry." My heart pounded as I read the chilling confession. Betrayal, deception, all orchestrated under the guise of teenage curiosity. "We have to finish what we started," I said, determination hardening my voice. "But this time, we do it right." Back in my basement, the setting was dim, the air charged with an electric tension. Jack and I set up the Ouija board, every muscle tense, every breath a labor. "We have to make contact again," I said, my voice a mix of fear and resolve. The planchette moved almost immediately, as though it had been eagerly awaiting our return. It spelled out, "Traitors." "We didn't know," Jack shouted, desperation breaking his usually calm demeanor. "We didn't know what he was planning." the board responded, the planchette moving with terrifying speed. You all betrayed me. A deep cold enveloped the room, and the lights flickered violently. Shadows crept towards us, whispering our names, filling our heads with thoughts of despair and doom. We have to end this, I screamed over the cacophony, my voice barely cutting through the supernatural din. Jack's eyes were wild with terror. But how? How do we stop him? The board answered, succinctly and malevolently, blood. The realization hit me like a sledgehammer. A blood pact had been made, and a blood price would have to be paid to break it. I looked at Jack, seeing my own fear mirrored in his eyes. There was no turning back now. We were locked in a deadly game with an ancient spirit, and only by facing our darkest fears could we hope to survive. The Forgotten Pact, Part 3. The night was dark and oppressive as Jack and I returned to the dilapidated shack where it all began, the site of our damnable pact with Gideon. The air was thick with the scent of decay and abandonment, the walls almost groaning under the weight of forgotten memories. Are you sure about this? Jack asked, his voice quivering with a fear we both shared. I nodded, trying to summon a courage that felt more like desperation. We have no other choice. Gideon won't stop until he's satisfied. We set the Ouija board down in the middle of the room, the symbols on its surface seeming to pulse with malevolence. Our breaths came out in visible puffs of air, the temperature plummeting as we knelt beside it, hands trembling as we placed them on the planchette. The board responded immediately, as if it had been waiting, watching our every move. You returned. We want to end this, I said, my voice steady despite the terror that coursed through me. The planchette moved deliberately, almost mockingly. Blood. Jack and I exchanged a look of horrified understanding. The ultimate price. It was the only way. Let me do it, Jack said, his voice breaking with emotion. I got us into this mess. I should. No, I interrupted, shaking my head fiercely. We do this together, or not at all. The board's response was swift and chilling. One must fall. Heart pounding, I realized the truth Gideon had hidden from us all these years. Jack had to be the one. His spirit broke the pact, and only his blood could satisfy Gideon's wrath. But how could I ask that of him? How could I live with myself? The cold intensified, shadows thickening around us, pressing in with their whispered promises of doom. Jack grabbed my hand, his eyes filled with a heartbreaking resolve. Do it, Faith. End this. Tears streamed down my face as I shook my head, knowing what had to be done. I took the knife we had brought, its blade gleaming ominously in the dim light. I'm sorry, Jack. With a heavy heart and trembling hands, I moved to complete the deadly task. Jack closed his eyes, a tear slipping down his cheek as he whispered, I forgive you. As the blade found its mark, the room erupted in a maelstrom of supernatural fury. The shadows coalesced into a dark figure, a malevolent presence that seemed to swallow the very light around it. Gideon's voice echoed through the room, filled with dark satisfaction. Debt paid. Jack's body slumped to the ground, his lifeless eyes staring up at me. I collapsed beside him, sobbing uncontrollably, the weight of my actions crushing my soul. The shack fell silent, the oppressive presence lifting, but I knew I was far from free. Gideon's hold over me was not broken, merely transformed. As the shadows receded and the room returned to its desolate stillness, I heard his voice, a whisper that would haunt me forever. I will always be near. Stumbling out of the shack, I was no longer the same person who had walked in. The night air was cold, but it felt like a reprieve compared to the icy grip that had claimed my heart. I could never undo what I had done, and I could never escape the whispers that would follow me for the rest of my life. The price had been paid, but at a cost I would bear eternally. Gideon had his vengeance, and I had my soul's condemnation. Part 1, Whispers from the Forgotten Dark. Spirit of the past, hear us now, we chanted years ago, laughing in the darkness. We didn't know what we were inviting. Tonight, we'll find out. I never thought I'd find myself back in my hometown, but curiosity and nostalgia drew me in. The high school reunion began like any other, forced smiles, awkward hugs, and polite small talk veiling the years since we last met. In the dim light of the local bar, memories mingled with the scent of stale beer and nostalgia. Eric's face had aged, but his infectious laugh hadn't changed. Sarah initiated the conversation about old times, her eyes flickering with a mix of excitement and apprehension. As the night wore on, we found ourselves reminiscing about that one adventurous evening that now seemed like a distant, hazy specter. "Do you remember that night at the old house?" Sarah asked, her voice lowering to an almost reverent whisper. The table fell silent, the familiar hum of the bar seeming distant now. "How could we forget?" Eric replied, taking a swig of his beer. "That Ouija session scared the crap out of us." Nervous laughter rumbled around the table, yet beneath our smiles an unsettling chill lingered. "We should go back," suggested Eric, his grin radiating both thrill and recklessness. Hesitation crept into our expressions, but Sarah's suggestion prompted a strangely united agreement. Fueled by a mix of alcohol and the need to conquer our lingering fears, we decided to revisit the past's physical embodiment. The house revisited. The old house stood as a silent witness to our youthful audacity, now deeper sunk in oblivion. Shadows played tricks under the pale moonlight, distorting its already eerie facade. The overgrown path to the front door crunched beneath our tentative steps. My heart pounded as Eric pushed the door open. It creaked as though groaning from its long, undisturbed hinges. "Still gives me the creeps," Eric muttered, stepping inside. The interior felt frozen in time, dust cloaking every surface. We made our way to the back room where we had first encountered the Ouija board. There it lay, covered in a thick blanket of dust, unchanged from that fateful night. Eric wiped away the grime, revealing the letters beneath. "Ready?" he asked, trying to mask his apprehension. We arranged ourselves in a circle as we had done years ago, placing our fingers on the planchette. With a shared breath, we began. "Is anyone there?" I asked, voice trembling despite my attempt at bravado. The planchette remained still for what felt like an eternity. Just as we began to relax, it jerked forward, moving with a speed and certainty that stole our breath. The board spelled out, "Yes!" A collective shiver ran through us. We continued, each question peeling back layers of long-buried dread. "Who are you?" Eric asked. The planchette moved with an eerie precision. "Azrael." Memories flooded back, the name striking a chord of terror. It was the spirit from that night, the one we had naively made a pact with to end the session. "Have you been watching us?" Sarah's voice cracked. The board spelled, "Always." The first encounter. Our half-hearted jokes quickly died as unease settled in. What started as a trip down memory lane spiraled into an abyss of fear. Eric's determined face grew strained as the planchette continued its relentless movements. "What do you want?" Sarah's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Punishment," the board spelled out, the word resonating in the silent, oppressive room. Cold air seemed to sweep through the room. We could feel invisible tendrils of fear wrapping around our hearts, squeezing tighter with each breath. Exchanging wary glances, we decided we'd had enough for one night. Just as we were about to close the session, the planchette moved aggressively, slamming into my finger. "Not finished," the board declared ominously. We stopped, muscles tensed, breaths caught in throats. Fear gnawed at our sanity, yet an unspoken agreement kept us glued in place. Adrenaline and curiosity bound us tighter than any promise. "What did it mean?" I whispered, half hoping for no response. The planchette quivered under our touch, then slowly spelled, "Remember." That single word wrapped itself around my heart like a vice. We had forgotten something important, something that tied the spirit to us. The weight of our youthful foolishness pressed down on us, more tangible than ever before. As we stood to leave, Eric paused. "Eve, what if this isn't just a game anymore?" It wasn't a question you answered easily, so I didn't. We left the house in silence, shadows trailing our every step. This was no longer a matter of teenage bravado. It was an uncharted descent into our worst fears, and we had only just begun to remember. Part 2, Whispers from the Forgotten Dark. The ride back to my hotel was cloaked in a disquieting silence. My head buzzed with the unspoken terrors of what our simple game had awakened. The next morning, my routine felt surreal, as if the previous night was a bad dream lingering at the edges of my consciousness. Yet the unease was real, gnawing at me, feeding on old fears. I sat at the breakfast table, pushing my food around on the plate, when my phone buzzed. Eric's name flashed on the screen. "Meet me at my shop," his message read. My heartbeat sped up, sensing the urgency behind his words. Eric's auto repair shop smelled of grease and burnt rubber, its usual clutter offering a semblance of normalcy. But Eric's expression was anything but normal. He looked haunted, his eyes shadowed with sleepless nights and concealed terror. "We need to talk about last night," he said grimly, closing the garage door behind us. Before I could respond, the lights flickered, casting unsettling shadows across the room. "What's happening to us, Eve?" Eric's voice trembled. "This can't just be a coincidence." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing raw scratches that crisscrossed his forearm. They were fresh and angry, marks that no plausible excuse could explain. "The board said we weren't finished. I think the spirit is punishing us," he whispered. "We need answers." Back at the old house, the memories of our encounter grew heavier with each step. The room seemed colder, the dust thicker, the atmosphere oppressive. As we set up the board again, fear mingled with the air we breathed. "Who are you punishing?" Eric asked, the planchette quivering under our fingers. The board spelled out, "All." My heart pounded. "Why?" I dared to ask. "Broken pact," it replied swiftly. It felt like ice water had been poured over us. The gravity of our actions as teenagers came crashing down. We had made a pact, one we had forgotten, one the spirit never did. The room fell silent, the board's message echoing in our minds. We decided to dig deeper into our pasts, hoping to find a way to mend what we had broken. Back in my hotel room, I unearthed an old box of keepsakes, searching for anything that might shed light on our forgotten pact with the spirit. Old photographs, yearbooks, and mementos from high school cluttered the bed. Among them, a faded piece of paper caught my eye. It was Sarah's handwriting, a note from when we were kids. "Meet at the old house tonight. Don't forget the board, Sarah." The memories flooded back more vividly now. We were all eager for something thrilling, pushing boundaries without understanding the consequences. My investigation hit a turning point when I visited Sarah. Her house was disturbingly quiet, like the calm before a storm. Sarah looked gaunt, her eyes hollow from countless sleepless nights. "Why did you call us back to the house all those years ago?" I asked softly. Tears brimmed in her eyes. I didn't know what we were dealing with," she confessed. "But after the first contact, I felt something change. I tried to find a way to protect myself." Her eyes darted around the room, as though the walls themselves were listening. "I found the spirit's name in an old book in the library, Azrael. It said that once invoked, it demands a pact. If broken, it punishes those involved." I felt a chill crawl over my skin. "What did you do, Sarah?" She hesitated before speaking. "I broke the pact. I thought maybe I could save us if I offered something else." Before she could finish, the room darkened, the shadows lengthening unnaturally. Sarah's face twisted in horror as unseen hands seemed to grip her. The temperature dropped, and a whisper filled the air. "Sacrifice accepted." Sarah's lifeless body slumped to the floor, clutching the old planchette. The horror of what she had attempted washed over me. Stumbling back, I could feel the spirit's presence closing in. The realization sinking deeper. I was as much a target as she had been. Rushing out of the house, a helpless scream clawed at my throat. Every shadow seemed to reach for me. Every whisper echoed with sinister promises. Eric's earlier words replayed in my mind. This can't just be a coincidence. No, it wasn't. This was the beginning of a nightmare we had brought upon ourselves. Returning to the hotel, I dreaded the encroaching darkness, knowing the spirit wasn't finished. The memory of Sarah's betrayal, now blood-stained and terrifyingly clear, loomed over everything. We had broken the pact, but the spirit's hold on us was only tightening. Whispers from the forgotten dark. The news of Sarah's demise spread through our town like wildfire. Her sudden, inexplicable death was whispered about in shadowed corners and hushed conversations. Eric and I, bound by the terror we had unleashed, knew the truth amidst the speculations. Determined to put an end to this, we returned to the old house one last time. The oppressive atmosphere hung heavy, thick with the weight of our fear and Sarah's unspoken plea for redemption. The Ouija board awaited, as if knowing our return was inevitable. We placed our fingers on the planchette, the familiar chill seeping into our bones. "We need to know how to end this," I said, my voice barely a whisper. The planchette moved slowly, deliberately spelling out, "Pacts restored." "What does that mean?" Eric's voice trembled as the planchette continued. Justice served. The cold realization hit us. The spirit demanded reparation. There was no forgiveness, only the balance of its twisted scales. If Sarah's attempt at sacrifice was accepted, what more did it need? Is there any way to stop this? I asked, desperation seeping into my tone. The board responded, last pact finalized. Our faces drained of color. What had we signed up for as naive teenagers? What final pact awaited? A loud crash from behind startled us, drawing us away from the board. The room seemed to close in around us, suffused with an almost tangible malevolence. We backed away, but the door slammed shut, trapping us within. The darkness seemed to pulse, a heartbeat matching our own accelerated pulse. The hairs on my arms rose as an icy breeze swept through the room. Eric and I doubled down on our resolve, if only to stave off the encroaching madness. We have to try again, Eric insisted. We returned to the board, the planchette already humming with unseen energy. Who created the final pact? I asked, our voices merging in panic and defiance. The board spelled, "You did." The breath was knocked out of me. My mind raced back to that fateful night. Teenage bravado, pushing limits, eager to make the encounter real. We had foolishly asked the spirit for a sign and agreed to its terms, not understanding the depth, the years of dread it would bring. How can we break it? Eric's plea was raw, but the board responded with a chilling message. You can't. A sinister silence fell as the air thickened with our failures. My mind spiraled into memories, searching for a loophole, anything to defy this inevitability. The spirit's presence grew more assertive, shadowy fingers inching closer. Amidst the chaos, a thought struck me, an idea born out of sheer desperation. The pact dictated that all involved must complete it. But if there was no one left to complete it, did it end? Before I could voice my epiphany, Eric stood abruptly. This has to end tonight, he declared, determination and resignation writ across his features. No, Eric, I screamed, realizing his intent. But it was too late. He grabbed the planchette, ripping it from the board. Shadows swirled, a cacophony of whispers and anguished cries filling the room. The planchette shattered in his grip, and he fell, his eyes dulling as the room's atmosphere lifted, welcoming an eerie quiet. Trembling, I called out to the spirit one last time. Is it over? The planchette split in two, moved sluggishly to spell. For now. In the still aftermath, I stood alone in the lifeless room, the weight of our actions pressing down on me. Eric's sacrificial defiance and Sarah's misguided betrayal echoed in the silence. The board had claimed too many already, but a tiny part of me held on to hope, a hope tempered by the spirit's chilling final words. Back in my apartment, I felt the oppressive shadows recede, but fear lingered like a dark specter. Rest fell fitfully, dreams tainted with whispering reminders of pacts and spirits. The next morning, light filtered through my window, a reluctant dawn seeping into the room. The Ouija board, broken and discarded, lay in the darkest corner as an omnipresent reminder that past actions have lingering consequences. The spirit's last message repeated in my mind, for now we were free. But the tremors of fear whispered of a time when the board's silence would break. I steeled myself, knowing I must live with the constant vigilance born of a pact never fully broken. Here, in this quiet moment, I understood the truth. Our past would forever haunt our steps, whispers from the forgotten dark hinting at their inevitable return.
I jolted awake to the piercing sound of my name whispered in the dead of night. The room was suffocatingly cold, and the darkness seemed to stretch and contort unnaturally. Every shadow in my bedroom grew sinister in the dim light, playing tricks on my eyes yet feeling very real. As I lay there, paralyzed by an inexplicable dread, memories of a forgotten pact with a spirit named Zara flooded back, along with the realization that running was no longer an option. My typical morning felt shrouded by an ominous cloud. The coffee tasted bitter, and the sunlight streaming through the kitchen window seemed feeble against the lingering darkness. Gripping the edges of the table, I tried to root myself in reality, but I couldn't shake the whispers or the shifting shadows. Back in the summer of 1998, my friends and I were just a bunch of reckless teenagers seeking thrills. There was me, Nathan Drew, Mark, the eternal skeptic, Jenny, the believer in all things mystical, and Chris, our prankster extraordinaire. We decided to spend a night at an old abandoned mansion on the outskirts of our small town. I still remember the decrepit structure, its windows broken and boarded up, eerie vines creeping along the walls as though the building itself was alive. Laughing nervously, we pulled out the Ouija board we had brought along as a joke. We settled in a grand, decaying library, dust motes floating like lost spirits in the flickering candlelight. Placing our fingers on the planchette, we began asking questions, fully expecting nothing to happen. "Who are we speaking to?" Mark asked, his voice tinged with mockery. To our disbelief, the planchette moved, slowly but surely, spelling out Zara. We stared at each other in stunned silence, fingers still lightly touching the wooden piece. "No way," Chris muttered, though his bravado faltered. "Why are you here?" Jenny whispered, her curiosity mingling with fear. The board spelled out "damned." We all pulled back, hearts pounding, but Chris, ever the joker, dared us to summon Zara again. "It's just a freaky coincidence. Let's see if anything real happens." Reluctantly, we resumed the session. As soon as Jenny asked another question, a cold hand gripped my shoulder. I turned, but there was nothing. The planchette trembled as Zara's voice echoed in my mind, a name we'd unwittingly called a spirit forever damned. My phone buzzing on the counter brought me back to the present. It was Jenny. Her voice was laced with anxiety as she recounted similar disturbances in her own home. We knew we had to take action. Later that day, I met up with Jenny and Mark at a local diner. The familiarity was comforting, yet the urgency of our conversation was not. We fell into uneasy small talk, the comfortable nostalgia tinged with the horror we felt. "It's her," Mark said bluntly, his skepticism having eroded into genuine fear. He looked gaunt, older than his years. "Yeah, Zara," Jenny confirmed, her normally calm demeanor shaking. "I've seen her too. At my window, in mirrors. She wants us to fulfill the pact." "But what pact?" I asked, frustration evident in my voice. None of us remembered making any promise, only the dread of that night. Desperation led us back to the mansion, our footsteps echoing in the empty halls. The chandelier of the decrepit library swung precariously, as though disturbed by unseen hands. We rummaged through the dusty remains until we unearthed an old moth-eaten diary. The pages crumbled beneath our fingertips, but revealed Zara's tragic story. As we pored over the diary, piecing together what we could, an icy gust blew out the candles, plunging us into darkness. From the gloom, we heard Zara's voice, clear as day, "Fulfill the pact." Frantically, we lit the candles again, our eyes meeting in mutual terror. Mark's usually confident expression was replaced by vulnerability. He was the first to break the silence. "What have we gotten ourselves into?" he whispered. Later that night, back in my own home, I couldn't escape the feeling that something was watching me. As I tried to sleep, the cold gripped me once more, Zara's whispers echoing in my ears, reminding me of the pact we could not remember and the terror we had inadvertently unleashed. It was clear. We were going to need more than courage to confront the horror we'd summoned. We had to find out what Zara really wanted, or risk becoming damned ourselves. The mansion seemed even more foreboding in the waning light of that late afternoon. The decaying structure loomed over us as if waiting to engulf us in its dark history. The once grand entrance now appeared like a gaping maw threatening to swallow us whole. Mark, Jenny, and I stood at the threshold, the weight of the past pressing heavily on our shoulders. "Ready?" I asked, though the answer was clear in their eyes. We stepped inside, our footsteps echoing through the empty halls. Every creak of the floorboards and flutter of dusty curtains made my heart race. We made our way back to the grand library where this nightmare had begun. Dusty rays of sunlight streamed through shattered windows, illuminating the decay that had only worsened over the years. As we rummaged through the room, Mark found an old trunk hidden beneath a pile of rubble. Inside, we discovered tattered books, faded photographs, and an old, moth-eaten diary. The pages, though brittle, held the secrets we sought. "Listen to this," Jenny said, her voice trembling as she read aloud. "Zara lived here in the early 1900s. She was wronged by the people of this town, and they bound her spirit to this house." As she turned the pages, the story grew darker. Zara had been accused of witchcraft and executed unjustly. Her spirit, consumed by rage and sorrow, demanded retribution. The townspeople had made a pact to keep her quiet, a pact that had somehow involved us. "What does this mean for us?" Mark asked, his skepticism now fully replaced by fear. Before we could answer, a gust of icy wind blew through the room, extinguishing our candles and plunging us into darkness. The cold wrapped around us, and we heard Zara's voice, clear and demanding, "Fulfill the pact." Panicked, we relit the candles, our hands shaking. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in. We had only one option, to try and communicate directly with Zara and understand what she wanted. Back in Jenny's apartment, we surrounded ourselves with candles, hoping to replicate the conditions of our original seance. The atmosphere was thick with tension as we placed our fingers on the planchette. "Zara," Jenny called out softly, "we seek to understand what you want." The planchette moved almost immediately, spelling out PAY. "Pay? Pay what?" Mark's voice wavered. The board spelled out blood. My heart sank. We exchanged troubled glances, understanding the gravity of what we had unleashed. Desperation set in as we tried to find a way to appease Zara without sacrificing ourselves. The diary hinted at a ritual that might transfer her bound spirit into an object, freeing us. With renewed hope, we gathered the necessary items and prepared for the ritual. However, before we could begin, the temperature in the room dropped sharply. A chilling silence fell over us as shadows around the room stretched and twisted, taking on almost human forms. Mark's face froze in terror. "She's here," he whispered, his breath visible in the cold air. Suddenly the lights flickered, and with a horrifying scream, Mark was pulled into the darkness. We called out to him, but he was gone, swallowed by the shadows. The room returned to its near silence, save for Zara's voice echoing, "Pay the blood or suffer." Jenny and I were the only ones left. The weight of Mark's disappearance was almost too much to bear. The haunting had become intolerable, and the realization was sinking in. Zara required a sacrifice. Our only hope was to outwit the spirit or face her wrath. As Jenny and I sat across from each other, the Ouija board between us, we knew our next move would be critical. Time was running out, and Zara's presence was more tangible than ever. The fear in Jenny's eyes reflected my own, but beneath it a steely resolve was forming. We would have to confront this malevolent spirit directly, and if necessary, make the ultimate sacrifice to end the nightmare once and for all. Back at the mansion, Jenny and I prepared for the final confrontation with Zara. The air was thick with tension, and the flickering candlelight did little to dispel the oppressive darkness. We set up the Ouija board in the grand library, the very heart of the mansion's malevolence. "Zara," I called, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at my insides. "We are here to end this. What do we need to do?" The planchette moved swiftly, spelling out, "Pay blood." "We can't offer you our lives," Jenny said, her voice breaking. "There must be another way." The planchette moved again, spelling out, "Treachery." Confusion and dread washed over us. "What treachery?" I demanded. "Who betrayed whom?" The board spelled out, Chris, the joker of our group, the one who had dared us to summon Zara again. It dawned on us that he had known more than he let on. He had made a pact with Zara, binding us as collateral. "Is there any other way to end this?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. The planchette moved, spelling out sacrifice. Jenny and I locked eyes, understanding the gravity of the situation. My heart pounded as I weighed the decision. Zara required a sacrifice, and it was clear that she would not rest until it was made. Taking a deep breath, I made my choice. "Zara, I offer myself to you. Let Jenny go, and take me instead. Fulfill your pact through my sacrifice." The room grew deathly cold, and the shadows seemed to constrict around me. I felt an icy grip on my shoulders, and Zara's voice filled my mind. "Accepted." Jenny's eyes filled with tears as she realized what was happening. "Nathan, no! There must be another way." "It's the only way," I said softly, reaching out to squeeze her hand. "Remember what we've learned. You have to live on, for all of us." In that moment, the mansion trembled as if acknowledging the pact's fulfillment. The shadows enveloped me completely, and Zara's presence became overwhelming. I felt my strength ebbing away, the cold seeping into my very soul. "Thank you," Zara's voice whispered, softer this time, almost serene. "You have freed me." As my vision darkened, I saw Jenny's tear-streaked face one last time, determined and resolute. She would survive, and she would carry the memory of our sacrifice. The world faded to black, and I knew peace was finally coming, not just for Zara, but for all of us who had been caught in her tragic web. Part 1, The Forgotten Pact. We made a promise that night, a promise that was never meant to be broken. Now it has come back to haunt us in ways we could never have imagined. As I sit alone in the dim glow of my desk lamp, I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me, waiting. It had been years since that fateful night at Mia's house, the summer before our senior year of high school. We were just a group of carefree teenagers back then. Myself, Mia, Jake, Ethan, and Lily gathered for a sleepover that would change our lives forever. Mia had found an old Ouija board in her grandmother's attic. Under the spell of midnight, pizza, and teenage curiosity, we decided to play. Mia led the session, her voice steady, masking the undercurrent of excitement. "Is anyone there? Can you hear us?" The planchette moved slowly at first, tracing an arc across the board. Our nervous giggles echoed in the darkened room, each of us swearing we weren't the ones pushing it. The planchette settled on yes. I felt the familiar smirk tugging at my lips, ready to dismiss the whole thing as a joke. But as the session continued, the atmosphere grew darker, heavier. We contacted a spirit named Asher, who claimed to be a young boy who had perished in a fire on the property a century ago. His story tugged at our heartstrings, and in our naive empathy, we asked if there was anything we could do to help him. The board spelled out, "Promise to play with me again." Without fully understanding the gravity of Asher's request, we agreed, laughing it off as silly fun and eventually moving on to other activities. But I had the most vivid nightmare that night, a burning house and a shadowy figure with hollow eyes staring back at me from the inferno. It was years later, as we drifted apart and went our separate ways, that the real nightmare began. Flickers of movement in my peripheral vision, faint whispers when I was alone. It all started with small things. Then I received a call from Mia. "Emma," she whispered, her voice trembling, "he's back." "I don't know what you're talking about," I replied, though my heart pounded with an unspoken fear. "It's him, Emma, Asher. I can feel it. We broke our promise." Dismissing Mia's fear as mere superstition felt safer than acknowledging it. Yet, days later, in the quiet of my apartment, I started noticing the same strange occurrences. The lights flickered without cause. Unidentifiable whispers carried through the still air. As rational as I tried to remain, doubt gnawed at the edges of my sanity. Mia and I met at a small cafe on the edge of town. She looked exhausted, her eyes shadowed with sleepless nights and the weight of unspoken terror. "Emma, you have to believe me," she said, gripping her coffee cup with white-knuckled intensity. "Ever since that night, nothing has been right. I see shadows, feel a presence. It's him. It has to be." Against my better judgment, I agreed to revisit our past. Rummaging through the cluttered remains of my childhood bedroom, I found the old journal where I had noted our teenage exploits. Flipping through the pages, I stopped at the entry detailing that night, the promises we made, the fear we laughed off. We planned to reunite at Mia's house, now a decrepit shadow of its former self. As I arrived, the familiar creaks and groans of the house welcomed me with unsettling nostalgia. Inside, the air was thick with anticipation and dread. Jake and Ethan were already there, their faces etched with a mixture of grim determination and fear. "We need to set things right," Jake said, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. The atmosphere grew oppressive as we gathered around the Ouija board once more. This time, there were no giggles, only the silent, shared fear of what we invoked. The planchette moved immediately, as if guided by an invisible force desperate to communicate. The board spelled out, "Betrayed." A shiver ran down my spine as I glanced at my friends. We had laughed off Asher's request, broken our promise, and now we would pay the price. "We never should have done this," Mia whispered, tears brimming in her eyes. But it was too late. Asher was back, and he was not leaving without exacting his revenge. Part 2. The Forgotten Pact. After our unnerving Ouija session at Mia's house, I couldn't shake the feeling that Asher's presence had latched onto us, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The days that followed were a blur of sleepless nights and creeping dread. Convinced that the secret to our salvation lay somewhere in our past, I delved deeper into my old journal. Late one evening, alone in my childhood bedroom, I unearthed a journal entry I had written the morning after our initial encounter with Asher. As I read my own words describing the vivid nightmare, a chill settled over me. The entry mentioned our promise, the one we had so foolishly made without understanding its significance. We promised to play with him again, but we never did. The implication of our broken promise weighed heavily on me. My thoughts were interrupted by a frantic knock on my door. Mia stood outside, her face pale, eyes wide with terror. "Emma, I can't go back to my house alone. Please come with me," she begged. I grabbed my jacket and followed her, my mind racing. Inside Mia's house, the atmosphere was thick with an indescribable tension. Flickering lights and barely audible whispers continued to plague us, filling every corner with unease. Despite our fear, we knew we needed to confront the entity we had unwittingly summoned. As we reassembled around the Ouija board, the planchette moved with a force that made our fingers ache. "Play with me," the board spelled out. I glanced at the others, their faces mirroring my own fear and confusion. Summoning every ounce of courage, Mia asked, "Asher, how can we help you?" The planchette moved again, spelling out a single word, "again." Understanding dawned on us. We needed to play with him, just as we'd promised all those years ago. We steeled ourselves and continued, each question answered by unsettling responses that only deepened our fear. The board then spelled out a chilling phrase, "Feel my pain." It was then that the supernatural phenomena went from troubling to downright terrifying. Asher seemed to be manifesting his pain in our world. The room temperature plummeted, our breaths visible in the cold air. Objects moved on their own, shadows danced along the walls, and an inexplicable pressure built around us. Gathering what remained of our courage, we decided to split up and search the house for anything that might appease Asher. Walking through the darkened hallways, I could feel his presence pressing in on me, making it hard to breathe. Within one of the storage closets, I found a dusty old box containing forgotten belongings. Amidst the clutter, an aged photo of a young boy caught my attention. Written on the back was a name, Asher. I showed the photo to the others, hoping it might provide some insight or connection that could help us appease his spirit. Jake's face went white as he stared at the photo, recognition flashing in his eyes. "That's him. That's Asher. I remember seeing this photo before," he whispered. Returning to where the Ouija board sat, I held up the photo. "Asher, we're here. We understand now." The planchette moved with a speed and force that made our hearts pound. The board spelled out, "Never leave." Asher's message was clear. We were as bound to him as he was to the house. Our nights grew darker, haunted by his presence. He was determined to remind us of the promise we had broken, and he had no intention of letting us forget. Whatever fate awaited us, it had already been written the moment we touched the board all those years ago. And now, we were playing Asher's game by his rules, whether we liked it or not. Part 3, The Forgotten Pact. The weeks turned into a relentless cycle of fear and fatigue. Each of us was haunted by visions and shadows, our lives consumed by the specter of Asher. Desperation clawed at us, and we knew we needed to take drastic measures to break free from his grip. One night, as the wind howled outside Mia's house, we gathered once more around the Ouija board. This time we were armed with the photograph of Asher and a resolve forged by fear. The planchette moved almost immediately, as if expecting us. "Together," the board spelled out. Mia's voice trembled as she spoke. "Asher, we're here. What do you want from us?" "Feel my pain," the board replied. As we sat in the cold, suffocating darkness, a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. The room seemed to stretch and distort, the walls closing in. My vision blurred, and I found myself standing in front of a burning house. The flames licked at the wooden frame, casting eerie shadows. "Asher!" I called out, my voice echoing in the inferno. From the depths of the blaze, the shadowy figure of a young boy emerged. His hollow eyes looked straight through me, filled with an indescribable sorrow. He reached out a hand, and I felt an icy grip around my wrist. In my periphery, I noticed Jake struggling against an unseen force, his face contorted in terror. Ethan's eyes were wide with disbelief as objects flew around him, crashing into walls. Mia, tears streaming down her face, held the photo of Asher tightly, her knuckles white. "Asher, we're sorry," she cried out, her voice breaking. The planchette moved violently on its own, spelling out, "Never leave." A sudden, ear-piercing scream filled the room, the sound reverberating through my bones. The supernatural chaos reached its peak. The temperature dropped further, the walls shivered, and the house groaned under the weight of an unseen force. A spine-chilling voice whispered in my ear, echoing from another world, "You broke your promise." The terror was relentless, and each second felt like an eternity. We were enveloped in pure, unadulterated fear, with no escape in sight. The room was filled with visions of the burning house, the shadowy child, and a cacophony of whispers from the beyond. Suddenly, it all stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, leaving us breathless and disoriented. As I looked around, I saw that we had been transported back to Mia's living room. The only sound was the quiet crackling of the fireplace. Each of us was stained with a cold sweat, our faces pale and hollow. In the center of the room, the Ouija board sat, the planchette unmoving. I reached for the planchette with trembling hands, needing to know our fate. The board spelled out, "Bound." A heavy, oppressive weight settled in the room as the finality of the message sank in. We were bound to Asher, trapped in a cycle of horror and supernatural retribution. As the night pressed on, the realization hit us. This was our new reality. Asher had tethered us to his pain, an endless reminder of our broken promise. His spirit, fueled by vengeance, would never release us from his grip. The board spelled out one last message before the planchette fell silent, forever. And as we sat there in the cold, oppressive silence, I knew deep in my soul that we would never be free. Our promise to Asher had cursed us, and now we were prisoners of our own making, forever haunted by the spirit we had once tried to help. Part 1. I never believed in ghosts until the night they came for me. It was a crisp October evening, perfect for a quiet gathering. My close-knit group had convened at Emily's house, as we often did on Friday nights. Emily was different from the rest of us. Her fascination with the supernatural was well known, and she'd often try to spook us with tales of the paranormal. Most of the time, it was just harmless fun. But tonight, she'd found a new toy to share with us. A vintage Ouija board she'd picked up from an old estate sale. "I'm telling you, this thing is legit," Emily said, her green eyes sparkling with excitement as she placed the worn board in the center of her living room table. Derek, my best friend, shrugged, his broad shoulders shifting under his casual t-shirt. He was game for anything, but rarely took anything too seriously. Sitting there, watching them with my usual skepticism, I felt a twinge of annoyance. I hated how they indulged in something I considered pure nonsense. "Come on, Jacob. Don't be such a downer," Emily nudged. Her auburn hair was pulled back in a loose braid, and she wore one of her typical flowy dresses, swaying like a phantom in the dim light. With a sigh, I joined them at the table, the flickering candles casting eerie shadows on the walls. We each placed a finger on the planchette, and Emily started with the usual introductory questions. "Is anyone there?" she asked. The planchette remained still, and I couldn't help but smirk. Figures. "Maybe we're just asking the wrong questions," Derek suggested with a chuckle. But as the minutes passed, a strange chill settled in the room. I felt a shiver run down my spine, and the smirk slowly faded from my face. "What's your name?" Emily asked. That's when it happened. The planchette moved, slowly at first, then with growing confidence. We exchanged startled glances, no one admitting to moving it. The board spelled out, "Damned!" "What do you want?" Emily's voice trembled. The candles flickered violently as if responding to an unseen breath. The planchette continued to move, rest. A cold silence blanketed the room. I could see the fear in Emily's eyes, mirroring the apprehension growing in my stomach. Derek, usually so laid back, was now sitting tensely, his broad jaw clenched tight. The session ended uneventfully, but the unease lingered long after we stepped away from the board. We laughed it off, attributing our jitters to the spooky ambiance. Emily put the board away, and we returned to the safety of our usual banter, trying to shake off the strangeness of what we had experienced. Later that night, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to rationalize what had happened. My logical brain fought against the creeping fear that gnawed at me. I must have fallen asleep at some point, because the next thing I knew, I jolted awake. I glanced at the foot of my bed and froze in terror. The Ouija board was there, the planchette moving of its own accord. It was spellbound. You. A scream built in my throat, but all I could do was watch in paralyzed horror. This was no prank. The spirits were real, and they had found me. The following morning, the sun filtered weakly through my blinds, offering little comfort. I hurried to Emily's house, bursting in without knocking. She and Derek were already there, looking as shaken as I felt. "Emily, we have to talk," I said, my voice hoarse. She nodded, letting me in. We sat in the kitchen, and I recounted my harrowing night. Emily's face turned pale. "I kept having nightmares, too," she admitted, her eyes wide with fear. I woke up to soft whispers in my ear. Derek, who had been silent, finally spoke. "We need to figure out what's happening and how to stop it." As annoying as it was, I found myself agreeing with him. We decided to reach out to a local paranormal expert, someone who could help us make sense of this nightmare. But even as we planned, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had unleashed something that wouldn't easily be put back. Part 2. Emily's kitchen was silent, except for the ticking of the clock on the wall. Her normally vibrant face was a mask of fear and anxiety. Derek, leaning against the counter, had lost his usual casual composure. "Emily, why didn't you tell us you've been using the board alone?" I demanded, her green eyes filled with guilt. I thought I could find out more about who or what we contacted," she stammered. "I didn't think it would get this bad." Derek let out a frustrated sigh. "What exactly did you talk to, and why?" Emily looked away, her face pale. "I thought it was just one spirit, but now, I don't know. I can't control it anymore." The words sent a chill down my spine. We had to find help, and fast. Later that day, we arranged to meet with Nicholas Reed, a local paranormal expert who had a reputation for dealing with extreme cases. His consultation room was filled with strange artifacts, occult symbols, and books that seemed older than time itself. Nicholas, a slim man with piercing hazel eyes, studied the worn Ouija board with a serious expression. "You've done something very dangerous. This board has acted as a gateway, and now it's open." He explained how the entity was not a single soul, but a legion of tormented spirits seeking rest, exploiting our session as a way through. As darkness fell, Nicholas prepared the room for a ritual. The ambiance was heavy with incense, the air thick with anticipation. Emily, Derek, and I sat in a circle around the board, every muscle in my body tensed with fear. Nicholas began chanting, his voice growing louder and more urgent with each passing moment. Our fingers once again rested on the planchette as we followed his lead. The ritual was intense, the air around us crackling with electric tension. "Focus," Nicholas urged. "You must command the spirits to leave." My heart pounded in my chest as the planchette began moving with greater force, almost too fast to follow. "Rest," it spelled out again. The candles flickered as if caught in a violent storm. "In the name of light, I command you to depart." Nicholas's voice boomed. We held our breath, our eyes locked on the board. For a moment, everything went still. The planchette stopped moving, and a heavy silence descended upon us. I dared to hope that the worst was over. But then, the planchette jerked violently, and the board spelled out one final message: "Not gone." The room felt like it was closing in around us, the air suffused with a malevolent energy. Nicholas looked troubled, his earlier confidence shaken. "We've done what we can for now," he said, his voice strained. "But be cautious. The spirits are not fully banished. They may still linger, seeking another opportunity." We left Nicholas's house with a heavy sense of foreboding. What had started as a fun night exploring the supernatural had turned into a waking nightmare, one from which we couldn't easily escape. Back at the house, the atmosphere was oppressive. Every creak and flicker seemed like a whisper of the entities that haunted us. Emily, Derek, and I sat in uneasy silence, the weight of our encounter pressing down on us. "They're still here, aren't they?" Emily's voice was barely a whisper. I didn't have an answer. All I knew was that the shadows seemed darker and the air colder. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by the thought that something still had its grip on us, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Part 3. The days that followed were a blur of paranoia and fear. Emily barely left her house, often calling Derek and me just to hear a familiar voice. Derek tried to maintain his composure, but even he couldn't hide the fear gnawing at him. As for me, I was plagued by sleepless nights, the whispers never truly leaving my mind. One night, we gathered at Emily's again, determined to end this once and for all. Nicholas had given us additional rituals to perform, and we hoped beyond hope that this would finally close the portal. The air was thick with desperation as we set the stage with candles and protective symbols. As we started the ritual, the planchette moved almost immediately, as if the spirits were waiting for us. The cold, oppressive air weighed heavily on my shoulders. "Leave," we chanted, following Nicholas's instructions. The planchette stopped abruptly and then moved again with an eerie swiftness. It spelled, "Stay." Emily's already pale face turned ashen. "We have to keep going," she urged. Derek and I nodded, our resolve hardening with every second. The room seemed to close in around us, shadows flickering menacingly. "In the name of light, banish these spirits," I nearly shouted. My voice broke, and the planchette started to spin wildly, spelling out incoherent messages before settling down. It finalized its last word, "soon." The candles went out, plunging us into darkness. Emily screamed, and Derek's footsteps thundered as he rushed to find a light. My heart pounded, and for a moment the fear was so palpable I could taste it. Finally, Derek lit his flashlight, and we saw it. The Ouija board, completely still, the planchette resting on the word "soon." The message was clear. Our efforts hadn't succeeded, and the spirits were biding their time. Filled with dread, we left the living room, the silence heavier than it had ever been. Each of us returned to our homes, but the feeling of being watched never left. Shadows seemed darker, and whispers more frequent. I kept a journal of every encounter, every whisper, every shadow that seemed out of place. Days turned into weeks, and while the physical manifestations waned, the psychological scars lingered. Emily withdrew further into her obsessions, spending countless hours researching ways to permanently seal a spirit portal. Derek took up frequent night shifts at his job, claiming the busyness kept the voices at bay. As for me, sleep became a rare commodity. Nightmares plagued my every attempt at rest, the damned souls finding me every time I closed my eyes. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, convinced they were there in the room with me. It was late one night, with rain beating against the windows, that I finally understood just how deeply this experience had changed me. While reflecting on the ordeal, I realized that my transformation was complete. I was no longer the skeptic who scoffed at ghost stories. I was now the man haunted by them. I still hear them sometimes, the whispers in the dead of night, the flicker of a shadow just at the edge of my vision. Emily, Derek, and I are bound by this horrifying experience, forever changed, our futures uncertain. Maybe one day we'll find peace. But for now, we live with the knowledge that the spirits we contacted are still out there, waiting. Sometimes the worst horror lies not in the act itself, but in the echo it leaves behind. you.